All right, so when we left off, I am at half HP with a lightning spear, so I'm probably fucked, and I'm fat. The classic. My god. I don't even remember where I looted. Yeah, I started my stream on YouTube. Unless, is my YouTube stream not public? Let me see. Taking notes is helpful, yeah. No, my YouTube stream's on. Oh my god, I almost... This guy's gonna one-shot me. Am I doing randomized Lord Vessel and Lord Souls? Yeah. I mean, otherwise it just becomes a boss rush. It's like, get a good weapon and you just rush the boss, right? I mean, it obviously makes it way harder and take way longer, but... What the fuck is that? Oh god. Well... Honestly, whatever. Give me to the next run. This fucking shit. This... Whatever. The Dust Crown Ring is... Dude, the Dust Crown Ring is so bad. Like... I don't know, man. Whatever. Now we can turn on the... Oh, oops. Now we can turn on the transposed boss soul setting, at least.
Go forth. Touch the demon inside me.
Great run. Truly. I mean, dude, I don't even know. Like, how the fuck do you... The gargoyle section is so bad. Like, what do I even do? Just slowly kill... I mean, I guess I just have to slowly kill everything. Like, I should have killed that stone giant. I killed the skeleton. I should have killed the stone giant. I was just fucking scared of him because he can one-shot me with every single one of his attacks. Like... What is harder, this or no services rendered? Probably this, because... I mean, most sections of... I mean, I guess it also depends if you're using glitches, but... I feel like when you've played this game enough, you kind of know where to go. There's a few spots that would be annoying, though. Where you could fall really easily. I don't know, getting the dust crown there was just fucked. Like, dying in one hit to basic enemies is just... I don't know, I just feel like it's fucking Jover at that point. Especially with Fat Roll. Took you like 4 hours to do 7 bosses. Yeah, I believe it. I think this is a good starting weapon. Although I think I might be fat. Dude, I feel like every single armor in this game weighs a fucking million pounds. Like, it is just impossible to not be fat in this game. Have to accept that you're mid-rolling, yeah, basically. Oh, I didn't restart the timer. Oh, it's because hold on. I set the timer. I did reset the timer. It's just start to set it 15 minutes. All right. We're going far today, chat, for sure. No sponsors today, by the way. But we are watching the state of play in 6 hours, which I'm quite excited about. No sponsors. Well, we have a sponsor tomorrow. If you've been missing the sponsors, don't worry. We have a sponsor for Reanimal tomorrow with Larksa, which I'm actually really excited for that game. So that's like a really cool sponsor. He integrated this mod with Twitch chat. Yeah, I mean, that's cool. I mean, I don't know if he made that public, but I would be down to have Twitch integration with this. That'd be fun. I'm gonna sell out, yep. Hey, you know. Yeah. I don't know how long I'm gonna be a streamer for. Maybe one day my channel's gonna die. Might as well get the money while I can. I mean, I love streaming. I don't really think my stream's gonna die, but maybe I'm gonna be old and nobody's gonna want to watch me anymore. Old and washed up. Now, chat already says that all the time anyways, so... Dude, wait, what the fuck? How do I even... This is kind of awful. Does he teleport? Streaming is like the only job where people will shame you for wanting to make money from your work. I mean, I think like promoting gambling and stuff like that too, especially some of these streamers who have like really young audiences, is extremely scummy. Like I don't ever plan on taking like a gambling sponsor. I've had offers.
Only in the ancient legends it is stated.
And I mean, they do give a fuck ton of money, but I just...
One day an undead shall be chosen.
I don't mind taking a sponsor if I'm just playing a game for 2 hours, though.
Asylum in pilgrimage to the land of the ancient lords. Lordran.
Who's the first boss? Gwendolyn. And getting a run started in this rando is so difficult. I feel like I'm just... It was the same thing with DS2 rando when I started it. I feel like I'm just not... I'm not cautious enough.
No.
Chunk. Okay, we have a coat and gloves that are pretty lightweight. My starting weapon was insane. Yeah. But okay, like the thing is, even if you have a really good starting weapon, and maybe I'm wrong about the way that I'm approaching this or thinking about this, but even if you have a really good starting weapon, you're really weak. Like, you need to level up, and the only way to level up is by looting items. I mean, you can kill bosses and enemies, but the bosses in the early game don't really give that much souls. So like, you're barely gonna get any level ups. You have to loot stuff to get level ups. Kill bosses first. Yeah, but if you want to kill the bosses, you have to get through all the bullshit enemies along the way. Yeah, that's true, Regal. You can definitely, like, abuse merchants in the sense that... Dude, I feel like there's always a Black Knight at the bottom here. You can definitely just abuse merchants, and, you know, like, if you ever end up in a position where you're super overloaded, you can, like, go to the merchant. But, so, I mean, sometimes, like, you know, let's say the undead merchant up there has, like, a good weapon and good armor, but it's an absolute fucking nightmare, nightmare to get to him. Then it doesn't even fucking matter. Well, I mean, it's still helpful, but, like, if you're overloaded and you're gonna try to go run to the undead merchant and there's, like, fucking chained prisoners, and I don't even know what, like, the worst enemy types are in this game, but... Oh my god. Why are you still here? Going to Andre isn't bad. Yeah, that's true. We got a decent bit of health. Yeah, I start with the master key. Honestly, I feel like they should... The item randos should randomize the starting gifts as well. That would be cool. Because always starting with the master key, I feel like makes it a little bit more... I mean, I feel like it's always best to just go through the valley. There's only a few starting weapons that are worth hanging on to. Yeah. Hard even with the master key. Yeah, I mean, that's true. You're not wrong. And I mean, the thing is, the thief starts with the master key anyways, so... I mean, unless you randomize... Or, well, the thief normally starts with the master key. I think... in the rando, does he also start with the master key? Where are the enemies just looking? Well, all of the enemies in this area are... they're passive by default because they're all, like, sleeping. So... pick stuff up till you find a serviceable build for the game and then stop altogether. Yeah, I mean, kind of. But you do, yeah, I mean, you can't really do that, though, because... Yeah, like Regal said, there are some key items that you need if you want to be able to fight bosses. So, I mean, it kind of... Okay, I assume we can get this guy to fall off the ledge because he jumps back a lot of the time. All control. Barbed straight sword. Is this thing any good? It doesn't seem that good. In Dark Souls 3, the barbed straight sword is actually quite strong. Yeah, well, yeah, bleed kind of sucks in this. How did I enable Senile Guinevere? Fuck, I don't... I thought that it... Wait, I thought Senile Guinevere's... Am I stupid? Did I read this incorrectly? No. Senile Guinevere makes it... No. Wait, the Lord Vessel is not included in the randomized keys. Lord Vessel is given by Guinevere and Anorlando. Wait. I'm so confused. I thought you wanted off for it to be randomized. What do you mean it's not included? If you enable it? What do you mean you want? Am I dumb? I don't understand. The way that this is phrased, I'm not understanding. Oh. I'm dumb. I see. When you check it, these are the okay, yeah, I see. Oh, okay, so like I guess I just yeah, it makes sense now. Like these are the settings of the rando. I thought that when I scrolled over it, right, and it says the Lord Vessel is not included, so I thought that's what the setting was doing. But when you check it, it actually changes it. I see. Oh fuck. I guess we'll just can restart again. Well, at least I realize now. I mean, that run was probably going to die anyways, but... Yeah, we're just going to go again. Whatever, we're only 10 minutes in. It's not that big of a deal. The third option for shield... Oh, okay, I see. Sure. I haven't done much of the DS1 rando before, so yeah, I didn't know how the settings worked. Well, thanks for telling me. mean, Deprived does start with Mask of the Father. It's gonna get replaced very quickly, though. Nine deaths, one boss. Alright, you know, we're just getting the hang of it, alright, dude? Thief plus firebombs. It's honestly not a bad idea. Deprived with a good boss weapon, with a good weapon is when you want a boss rush. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the Lord Vessel and the Lord Souls are randomized now. I thought they were randomized in the first place, but I just had a bit of a confusion as to how the settings worked. It's neato. Oh, this hollow has been upgraded to a crossbow. Am I not doing Easy Asylum? This is a different enemy randomizer. This is Matt's enemy randomizer, but it has no scaling on. The other enemy rando's a little scuffed. Yeah, if you didn't know, chat, you can avoid the scream attack by spreading your legs. Come on, do the scream. Give me the scream. No, it's only certain weapon types. Nah, he's not gonna do it. It takes so long to die. Yeah, I mean, if you have scaling on, I feel like it tends to make the early game kind of boring, and then the late game is where it gets scary. It's just if you're resetting all the time, it's I don't know. I feel like just for stream's sake, it's better to have no scaling because it makes the early game more interesting, more fucked up. All right, come on, buddy.
Very well. No. Oh, come again.
All right. I really want to actually get a run going today because I've only killed the Asylum Demon, bro. I should have had 2 boss PB though, but Gaping Dragon fell off the ledge and refused to die. It's... I don't remember if there's a tutorial. I mean, you could just play it. They will ring the first bell, yeah. Surely. I just need to play more conservative. I definitely get too impatient a lot of the time. Doesn't help. Wait, I walked over this yesterday. How did I do that? There we go. Can I rest? Oh. That's great. Alright, well, not as good of RNG as last run. Last run we had like 20,000 souls right away. Good thing these guys don't wake up.
I like
Come back soon.
You can downgrade stuff? Oh, okay. This enemy is always like a fucking boss or something. Lightning Spear is good. Oh, alright, well. That's good. Bro, yeah, is this the same fucking seed? Did we somehow magically get the same one? Dude, I swear this is like... This is... Dude, did we actually get the same... Oh, wait. Am I stupid? Oh my god, did I forget to fucking... Dude! What am I doing? I think I forgot to fucking... Oh. Alright. In my defense, it's fucking troll that you have to, like... Yeah, you have to fucking delete the seed, and I think I forgot. Dude, god damn it! Alright, let's fucking restart again, I guess. God damn it, dude. It's only 10 minutes, chat. Yeah, I started the same seed because when you press the randomize button, it doesn't give you a new seed. Like here, I'll show you guys what I mean, right? So when you press randomize, it generates a seed, and then this seed, it will keep generating this seed continuously. You have to delete the entire seed, and then you need to press randomize again or scramble, whatever. So it's just sometimes I forget to frickin' clear out the previous one. The problem was I would have realized, honestly, I should have realized it. I wasn't really paying attention to the starting classes that much. You've used the old version and it doesn't do that? I don't know. Yours randomizes right away. What, like it clears the previous seed and I don't know. Weird. I mean, there's a blacksmith giant hammer on the knight, but the thing is, it's in... Oh wait, no, it's in my right hand. Ah, the naked man with the whip. If you don't close the program, then you have to delete the seed line. Oh, yeah. Yeah, most people aren't fucking resetting every 10 minutes. That's probably... Yo, I kind of look like... Isn't this the DLC guy's outfit? Looking like a Bloodborne character. I'm a hunter. Yo, Dazzlefruit, Shinizo, Repstyle, Zavi, thank you for the resubs, guys. Also, Undunk, Aramsham, Turtles and Chill, thank you for the bits. Thank you, guys. You actually start... Wait, do you... Okay, so you still... You do still start with, like, spells on Cleric and Sorcerer and stuff. I'm gonna start as the thief. That way I get some black fire bombs. I guess the only downside to starting with 2 weapons is it potentially makes you fatter. Because you're gonna have a second weapon equipped permanently. Oh, you just pick up one of them? Right. Yeah, that makes sense. The second one would replace it. Yeah. Okay, you're right. I didn't really think about the fact that you don't actually start with the weapon. Oh god. This is gonna be awful. Oh. We did it. So lucky. That was pure skill. I'm not trying to get pinned. Dude, the gargoyle's fucking stuck, though. Oh my god. I mean, I guess I can just kill this skeleton. He doesn't actually have 1,000,000 health. Alright, just fucking block. I can do some practice parries. What'd he drop? Oh, that was a fucking bad idea. I mean, I can't even do damage. Dude, I can't even fucking swing it. Come on. Is it enough? Is it enough? Oh, perfectly calculated. Ooh. Oh! Wait, that's a Lord soul, right? Not a poppable soul. Well, that's still good, but play like shit, get rewarded. I did not play like shit. I just picked up an item that I probably shouldn't have. Wait, how much strength do we need? 11? I don't know though. Like my health bar is still so low though. I'm still gonna die like so easily. Like, yeah, I could go rush some bosses, I guess, but like, do I just skip? Yeah, I know this weapon is really good. Trust me, I know. But I mean, I guess we can get souls from killing enemies. And should I just not pick up anything? I don't know, man. Rush one boss for the PB. I don't think these enemies are like worth shit. This guy might sell a soul though. I guess I should have checked.
Come back soon.
You could give me a weapon. Yeah, that's true. The chances are low though.
Come back soon.
I'm going for it. I'm gonna check Petrus. He might sell us like a soul of a hero for 200 or something. Oh my.
Very well.
What's up, Axel?
Now.
Hey, some souls. Enchanted falchion. Wait, isn't this also a really good weapon?
Come again.
All right. Baby seat. Can't you force a bad weapon off with shops? Yeah. I mean, the thing is, shop weapons are still limited anyways, right? So. Level 5 ninja sword. Are you talking about the thing that gives you like the sword of light? Or what do you mean, like, ninja sword? A sword used ninja. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I mean, back, like the damage you deal to the back of enemies is absurd. Oh, bruh. Oh, God. He has 10 HP. No, there's no scaling, Kemi. Only in the Asylum. Because, I mean, if you did no scaling in Asylum, you're just gonna reset, like, on repeat. Because if you get a DLC boss and you have, like, a club, you're just... It's gonna be, like, an hour-long fight. Large magic ember. Almost. Oh yeah, I said I wasn't gonna loot. Oh my god, I gotta stop looting, bro. Stop picking shit up. I mean, there's always something that's best in the speedrun, right, Axel? Oh wait, no. No! Why did I kill him, bro? Well, I'm an idiot. I'm so stupid, dude. What am I doing? Well. Then downgrade it to a +10 Sastus? True. What's up, CB? Bloodborne 2 PC remake, yeah. Oh wait, the last time this prisoner almost killed Andre, I need to be careful. Can you attack with two-handed shield? You can't two-hand your left hand in this game. Well, not normally anyways. Well.
Come get yourself.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bow. It's true. I don't know, I guess we go... What are the stat requirements for this thing? 20 strength? I guess I need 14. Is this weapon really that bad? 95? Yeah, I guess it seems kind of bad. Oh, you can't two-hand it? Oh yeah, you're right. Oh, okay, Axel, yeah. I mean, I feel like it was kind of a mistake of them to make it so you can only do back damage with ninja stance. Like, I don't know. I feel like it just makes the ninja stance too strong. Like, samurai should also get increased damage on the back. But then maybe samurai would be too OP. I don't know. Oh. Oh, why is all the armor in this game 1,000 pounds? What is pounds? I like how UK they use stones. No, we don't. Oh, okay. Only for body weight. Stones, rocks. Mystery key. Ooh. I'm so fat. Oh. 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 That could have been bad. Well, this is my life now. Alright. I don't even know what to do, man. You had it all, but you blew it, yeah. Maybe we should just buy the falchion and go to the Garg room, yeah.
Come again.
What does that sound? Sounds nice in here. Come on, gentlemen. Oh. Okay. I don't know how to parry this fucking axe guy. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god! Oh! Oh! Dude! Holy fuck, man! Oh! I hate this! I'm out of fucking juice. I need my Sunny D. Well. Somehow I'm alive. What do I even do, man? My god, I don't know how to parry the I don't know how to parry the fucking Black Knight Great Axe guy. And the Gargoyles is also 2 bosses at once, isn't it? Just one? Did Andre have armor? Old Rando replaced the entities. Oh, okay. I wish the Rando had an option to make it 2 bosses, although... I mean, I guess without scaling, 2 bosses is kind of fucked. Yeah, I mean, if it was 2 DLC bosses, it's just like GG, I guess.
Don't get your snow.
I don't even have, like, that. I'm not even that heavy, man. $16.7 out of 53. Like, we're almost at mid-roll, I think. Or, sorry, at light roll. Now the Black Knight enemy one-shots me. Yeah, maybe. Dude, this is so fucked. Just kill everything. Yeah, dude, I'm so scared of the Black Knight there. Yeah, there's more items at the graveyard, but I'm just potentially gonna make... I don't know, man. I wanted to go down the elevator to reset the enemies here. I don't know, the problem is if I loot more shit, I'm just potentially gonna end up fat with a weapon I can't use. Why not take 10 heals? Yeah. I probably should have used my humanity to kindle. Maybe we just run through. Fuck it, YOLO. Oh. Oh. I'm just ceaseless. Oh god. Is that... what is that? Is that Quelaag? Centipede demon? Can't fucking tell. We need to be really careful with the elevation here. I don't know what. I'm scared the elevation is gonna fuck me here. If we're not on the same level, like... Oh my god, this is kind of scary. Gonna go away? Ready for double boss action. Yeah. I think ONS is double, though. Can enable double boss in the rando? No, the rando has like 6 options total. The enemy rando for this is like super minimalistic. Hell, you can't even disable scaling, which is like a custom version of the rando that we're on right now. Oh, there's a merchant down here. Is this the same rando Ella and Lepa used? No, this is a different one. The other rando is like really buggy and can crash a lot because of Artorias. Like Artorias can crash the rando, and half the enemies in that rando just break like their AI. Maybe he'll sell Homeward Bones. Actually, we should probably just buy max fire bombs. Honestly. I almost feel like I should just dark sign. Trying to go back back through this room is probably gonna get me killed. Wait, do I get an item for joining his covenant? Or wait, no, I'm in his covenant, never mind. Or wait. Does he have a covenant? I can abandon my previous one, but...
Thou hast made thyself clear, and thou leavest me.
Bro!
Shall accept
Regal, you fucking sabotaged me. He one-shot me, bro.
what?
What the fuck? Well, at least we got 2 bosses down. Okay. After all that, we just die in one shot to a fucking parry. You know, I saw him holding the parry dagger, but I was like, even if he parries me, I don't think he's gonna one-shot. And then he did. Wait a sec. This is the same as before, isn't it? I'm pretty sure I cleared the seed. Okay, yeah, this must be a bug. You had to delete the old seeds. Oh, wait. No, this... Or, no, yeah, this is the same. Dude, why is this... I'm so confused how this, like, what is going on? Am I... Did I launch the wrong item rando again? So confused. Maybe I do need to delete the randos. Alright, let me delete the seeds from the folder. Alright, it seems like it worked. I guess deleting... I guess if you roll too many seeds, it like bugs out. It's really weird. I don't know how I managed to survive that, Regal. That was so absurd. They barely skirted past that fucking giant humanity. I don't really know what class to start with. I don't think any of the starting weapons are that good. I mean, this is like the Ghost Blade. I don't think that's very good though. Thief. Yeah, we could do the Black Firebomb Thief strat again. Should pick something with super light armor. Yeah, I mean, starting deprived with, no, I died, Kemi. I got parried in one shot. Yeah, I feel like getting deprived with a good weapon to start with is super good if you want to just kill bosses. But the thing is, it doesn't really matter that... I mean, getting bosses done early is good, but at the same time... you're gonna have to loot eventually. Yeah, I agree with that, Regal.
Regrettably,
This guy's stuck. Counter hit. I think Hob is busy trying to do no hits or whatever. Oh, great. Could that crystal golem be the pendant one? No, I don't think it works like that.
very well.
You, Printman. I like them.
Hey, Wolfpack, thank you for the 58 months. Art of Painting, thank you for the 21 months.
Now,
The Master Key. Holy
come
robe.
again.
I already have it. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's the run up to the gargoyles. That's the issue. I mean, I do kind of wish the gargs were doubled, but at the same time, I'll take what I can get. I mean, the rando's hard enough as it is. Oh, God. Oh. I was like, oh, I'll just block this, but I don't have the stats to use the fucking shield. Regal getting me killed yet again. No, just kidding. But to be fair, kind of actually, though. All right. Well, I should have, I mean, if I actually had the stats to block with the shield, it probably would have been fine. But wait. Dude, how does this fucking seed keep popping up? What is going on? I don't understand. Okay, we're good. Why does the deprived always start with the mask of the father? What is up with that? What weapon is this? Is this the Gravelord sword? What sword is this? Is this the Fury sword? Well, that's good. Kind of heavy though.
In the age of ancients,
All right, hold on. I'm
the world was
gonna take a short
unformed,
break and stand up and stretch.
shrouded by fog.
I need to get some lunch too. It's gonna be a long stream today because we're watching State of Play, and if they announce an RE9 demo today, I want to play it.
But then there was fire. And with fire came disparity. Heat and cold. Life and death. And of course, light and dark. Then from the dark they came and found the souls of lords within the flame.
Get some Chinese food. Sounds kind of good right now.
The first of the dead. The Witch of Izalith and her daughters of Chaos. Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight, and his faithful knights. And the furtive pygmy, so easily forgotten. With the strength of lords, they challenged the dragons. Gwyn's mighty bolts.
You guys excited for the state of play today?
Their stone scales. The witches weaved great firestorms.
No!
Nito unleashed a miasma of death.
RE9 demo, chat.
And Seath the Scaleless betrayed his own, and the dragons were no more. Thus began the Age of Fire.
Alright, I ordered some food. We're gonna have to take a break mid-run to, so I can eat
the flames
and turn on some soul salt or something.
and only dark will remain.
I didn't want to play a demo. I mean, if I can play the game myself, I'll absolutely play a demo. I would rather play it myself than watch somebody else play a demo or like...
Man sees not light, but
I haven't really
only
watched
endless
much of the
nights.
RE9 gameplay.
And amongst the living are seen carriers of the accursed dark sign.
Sitting on company time. I start my stream too early though. I don't really like breakfast that much, to be honest. Much more of like a lunch kind of guy. Sometimes I'm in the mood for breakfast, but it's like a... I definitely don't eat breakfast every day. Sometimes I'll have like some fruit or like a yogurt, a banana, but... Sif. Oh my. Did that attack? Thank God they didn't make his legs have a hitbox during that attack. Oh yeah, this thing has some serious damage. They don't deal stamina damage? Oh. I see. Don't loot? I mean, there's no loot. There's not really any loot in the asylum, apart from potentially drops from enemies. Can I get through his legs? Look at that damage. All right. Very large ember. Oh, damn. Enemy scaling is on for only the asylum. She ate a worm by mistake? Wait, what? In her Discord? Hold on, what is going... I need to go see what's going on with Lark, so that's concerning. Right, I'm back. Oh, it's the dragon butt. I don't think I've seen a dragon butt yet. Actually. She was eating a potato and I guess there was something weird in it. I don't know. Not a raw potato. I want to loot it so badly, but I'm not going to. Alright, we'll try to just rush the gargoyles, I guess. Thing is, though, if it's like a DLC boss or something, we're still probably cooked. Leaving all this loot. I think this guy still drops the normal items. Or it's like always upgrade materials. I think it's safe to kill the lizards. That's scary. Oh, I probably shouldn't have looted that. Well, worked out. Thanks, Regal. Hey, John Sinclair, thank you for the 2-year reset, man. Oh, a lot of weapons here. Sunlight Straight Sword, Murakumo. I don't know if any of them are very good, but...
Don't get your...
How do I know the loot's not a weapon? I don't. Give me the HP. I'll go down the elevator just to reset those enemies. I guess I could also just quit out. I mean, I don't want to, like, abuse quit outs, though. The elevator is kind of slow, though. Quitting out would kind of accomplish the same thing. Doesn't seem too bad, actually. Okay. Oh. Oh, God. Just see if we can bait these guys down. The thing is, if this is a DLC boss, I'm probably still fucked. Seeing you skip all the loot breaks your heart, yeah. The problem is, it's so likely that also my food just got here. Can these guys climb the ladder? Am I good? If it's ceaseless, yeah, if it's ceaseless, I'm just gonna have to dark sign out. That was fast, yeah. Helldivers was fun. I got some Chinese food. Alright. I am gonna turn on some soul salt in the meantime, chat. Let me pause the timer.
What did I just do? I'm so fucking stupid!
Oh my god, like what? Oh, or my controller lags. My controller disconnected, bro! See? I couldn't do anything!
What? What? What?
I'm just getting so I'm so annoyed by everything right now. I'm just like so annoyed. Like frame drops. There's a fucking truck outside my house that's going like every like fucking 10 seconds and it's annoying the fuck out of me.
Realize what he's doing. Ah! Why did it roll out? Aye!
What the fuck? What?
Alright, I'm back. I got my food. I'm gonna eat for a little while, chat. Enjoy the soul salt. Even though most of you have probably seen this a million times, but I'll be back.
Miyazaki! Fix your game!
Of course! Of course! Whatever game! Whatever!
The practice, I think, went quite well. Okay.
Hey, there you go.
What the fuck? What the fuck is that? What the fuck was that?
Some people do not take my
Yep.
Good thing I just sat here and practiced Golden Vow Night for 5 minutes and got it 20 times in a fucking row. Like, oh my fucking god, man! I just wanna fucking play, dude. You're such a rat, dude. You're such a rat. I fucking hate this game.
This is why I hate this fucking game, because now I have to run all the way back. No room for error. Fuck!
Can you imagine this boss is actually this is actually a boss, dude? That's actually a boss in this game. What a fucking cancer. What a fucking cancer. Miyazaki! Why?
This is kind of insane, like, so for me to even...
Are you fucking kidding me?
No, 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 no. No!
This is fun!
You piece of shit! Oh my fucking god, I hate you so much! I'm gonna fucking murder your family, dude.
How much did you pay the Guardian? How much did you pay him? Okay! Good one, Miyazaki!
Why are you being such a fucking troll? Die! Die! Are you fucking joking me?
I don't know why the rats, like...
What the fuck was that shit?
Ah! No! No, 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 no! No! Excuse me?
No, 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 no! Kurva! The big fucking skeleton, dude.
Why does he keep doing that attack? What the fuck? Why does he do the fucking undodgeable charge?
Oh my god, the horse kick again! I'm so pissed off at this fucking chair. I'm just gonna get on my knees, fuck it, dude.
Yeah, that hit me.
This game is so bad.
Dark Souls 2 is pretty consistent too at getting runs going. It's not much randomness at all in the beginning. Yeah, it should be.
Telling you guys. Fuck, man! I cannot get out this fucking room, dude.
Dude, Nem's
What?
voice.
Mum, I'm playing this dog shit game, okay? Let me rage at it. This is my job, mother. Okay?
I hate you so much! I got a double roll before that.
Jesus fucking Christ! Jesus fucking Christ! Look at the fucking pace! 50, 49, 40.
Good hunter. You've done well.
Are you serious?
What?
Our weeks in the United... The fuck? Get out of the way, dude.
What? Like what the? No!
I fucking hate this shit game, dude. Actually, dog shit. Yeah, alright, Dad, sorry. I don't live at home with my parents if there's any girls watching.
Oh, what?
What the fuck, game?
It's fucking monkey, dude!
Fuck you. Nice Java update in the middle of my fucking run.
Hydra was actually cancer. Yeah, that missed. And that missed. And that missed. Because this game is a piece of trash.
Ah! How am I supposed to react to that?
Das ist... What?
Did you see that lag? What the fuck?
Nope. Nope. Nope.
Stop!
Nope.
Stop fucking doing that! No! Oh, I hate this game so much. Where are you, you little fuckhead? Why are you down there? Yeah, fuck you. I'm so fucking fed up with this shit. I don't even care, man.
No! No! Oh, I fucking rolled into the wall.
Fuck the dream. This fucking... No, I'm dead to 4 damage!
You have to kill Cleric Beast for this route because you have to get that emblem that you buy from the fuck!
Chimp, God, dude.
If I get through this whole thing without getting hit a single time, that would be nice.
Nice, 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 nice. Woo!
Wow, decent early game time. That's for the first time in like 7 years.
Cyan apple? What? Since fucking when?
Dude, are you fucking shitting me, man? What? Oh! I'm so mad. I'm actually so fucking annoyed. Godverdomme! This fucking guy! What? Dude, what? What? How did I miss that?
No! Oh! Oh! What? Dude! Oh my fucking god. I'm gonna die here. I'm dead. I'm so fucking triggered right now, dude.
Absolute banger, dude.
What the fuck? How?
I'm not even mad.
Capitalism sort of thing. You know what I mean? Like, so go out and fend for yourself sort of thing.
Are you what? Dude!
My controller died! Oh, come on, man!
I cannot believe!
No! 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 What?!
Oh my god, this game.
I'm almost done with my food, chat.
How are these backstabs? How the f— Oh my fucking god! This game is so bad. This game is one of the worst games ever made. Ever. Fuck this fucking game so much. Fuck this fucking piece of shit so much. It's so bad. It is so unbelievably bad.
What? What is this game, man? Dude, are you fucking shitting me? What is going on?
Where are you going? I'm getting out memed here. Oh my fucking god, are you fucking serious? I'm dead. I'm fucking dead. Have we talked about some memes today? What in the actual fuck was that?
It's enough to make a man sick.
No fucking way! Oh, my heart. Oh, my heart. Oh, I just aged 7 years.
Oh, I thought that would...
What is he doing? What the literal fuck is he doing? It's over. Yeah, this run is over. I can't get through since I'm being trolled here. Just fucking amazing.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Fuck! Fuck!
Okay, nurse. Okay, nurse. The fuck, dude?
Oh my god, my nurse is haunted.
What the fuck?
Okay, dude.
What? I've literally never seen. Has anyone? This run is mad, dude. I've never seen that in the fucking history of anything.
No! What the fuck?
Are you like actually kidding me? You didn't fall off. Like for real. Hello? Dude, that's...
Go for it. Nice. Oh, fuck, I don't have any way to... Oh my god, another ghost hitbox. Why is this game so bad?
Are you fucking sick? Don't you dare.
But no, please move, please move, please move. Oh. And I went in too early. Dude, this keeps happening, Chad. I quit out. Dude, this is so fucking annoying.
Did you like nuts? I'm gonna die!
How was another fucking...
It's enough to make a man sick.
What?
No!
Wait, what? No! What the fuck is this meme? Oh my god, are you serious? What the fuck is that meme? What is that?
Hip hop, hopping to hop. You're such a cunt ass What?
Run! Don't shoot, Joanna! No, 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 no! 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 My controller! What are you fucking doing? What the fuck? Ah! Oh, shit. Oh, no! No!
I want to die.
All right.
How am I
I'm done with
fucking
my
this up
food.
so much lately, dude?
It's a long video, by the way. It's an hour and 6
Fucking
minutes.
shit at this game now, man. Fuck my life.
There's a lot of soul salt over the years.
Why did I... No comment. No fucking
Ugh.
Oh, my frames, bro! Why am I gesturing again? Why am I gesturing again? I don't get it. I don't understand it, man. It is not funny. This shit is so bored.
So.
Oh my fucking god. Dude! Just let me play the game, please. What is this? Please. Oh my fucking god! I'm done. I'm done.
Unlucky.
That's fucking horseshit. That's fucking horseshit. That's fucking horseshit.
What's going on?
It's fine. Well, not if he does that.
Good runs today? Well, this one is fucking amazing.
Die!
All right. Back to the game. That Ornstein? Or maybe... Yes. Wasn't too bad. Oh, come on. Oh yeah. Sorry, let me turn all that back on. I forgot. Am I watching the Silent Hill transmission? Probably not. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna attack Oswald this time.
Greeting.
No revenge. I don't trust myself enough to get revenge on this man. Cult Club.
Thou art welcome.
Oh, man. We killed a lot of enemies in the hollow room. I don't know if we should try to go back through it or not. Oh, that could have been bad. I'm getting out of here. I don't like this. Whatever. Fuck the souls. I didn't have any healing left. Holy shit, this is so hot. I don't know, the question is, where should I go? Still have everything. I mean, I still have so much loot to get. We could go try to kill Taurus, I guess. Oh, fuck. Please. Bro. Do nothing to this guy. Oh my. The thing is, though, it's like, what's the point of killing the boss when I'm gonna have to run through this area again anyways, potentially? Oh, God. $500,000. Hey, Firekeeper Souls. Wait, that's actually good though for our Estus. Demon Titanite. Rings.
Thank you, Kanye.
Oh God. The fuck did this guy come from? Oh my God, everything is so fucking tanky, bro. Is this a DLC mimic? Oh no. That was stupid. Oh my fucking God. I don't know if I should have leveled up endurance. Hold on. I kindled this bonfire. That was actually convenient that guy dropped it to humanity. Are we skipping items? Because I'm most likely just gonna get a weapon that I can't use. Yeah, I can't warp. You're right. Oh, God. Dude. Oh. You have a demon titanite. Gwendolyn? Oh my. Oh my god, bro, it's a vagrant! I thought it was a fucking archer, dude. Oh, this is so brutal, dude. Oh my god. How do you fucking beat this? Why didn't I clear the roof? I should have. But I was worried that if I climbed the ladder, Gwendolyn was gonna just kill me. But I guess Gwendolyn doesn't aggro right away until you get close enough. Ooh, the Drake sword on the knight. Oh, the blacksmith giant hammer on the bandit. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna check the tower first from now on. I don't know. I'm so heavy on the bandit though. The knight's also really heavy. I guess we'll go bandit. Making my way downtown. Ever so slowly. Oh god. No, we finished Neo 3. That damage. Oh my god. We have our weapon. Yeah, I mean the thing is though, it's like it doesn't really matter if like I don't know. It's hard to say if it's best to, like, I can get a few bosses done early, but I'm still gonna have to run around and loot stuff regardless. Like I can't just not pick up stuff. I don't know. I don't know if I like the rushing bosses strat, because I'm running through the areas, not looting anything, and then I'm gonna have to go back and loot them anyways. Well, I don't want... It's not a matter of want. I need to pick up every item I see because there's like 20 different key items that you need in the run. Like, I need to find the 4 Lord Souls, I need to find the Lord Vessel, and I need to loot a bunch of key items. Well, the Lord Souls are also key items, but... But at the same time, if I loot too much stuff, I can end up really fat, or I can end up with a weapon that's not good. Yeah, but killing bosses is not really a good way to level up. At least not that much. I don't know, man. It's actually like this challenge is actually so difficult. What? I'm like so fat though. I don't know, I feel like I kind of have to loot. Yeah, but the thing is I can't rush Sif's Arena because I need the Crest of Artorias. Weapon wielding stat should be removed. Well, that's not how it works. I mean, it would be nice if that's how it worked, but it isn't. Well, actually, yeah, no, I guess you're right. I don't need the Crest of Artorias because I could go... I could go past the Hydra and up the ladder. That guy has a fucking Lord Soul? Oh no. The thing is, the hammer's going to get replaced regardless. I don't know. I feel like it's better just to loot, and that way I can get level ups. And then, you know, when we find, we continue to loot, and then once we find a good weapon, then we roll with it for a bit. Find the hammer a third time. I don't know about that one. A good weapon I had. Yeah, but I haven't looted anything. And killing gargoyles only gives me 10,000. Killing gargoyles only gives me 10,000 souls. And if I kill Taurus, that's like 3,000 souls. I could go down to Quelaag and try to kill... I mean, Quelaag gives at least a bit more. Oh no. Buddy? Do you overestimate looting? I don't think I do. I mean, there's been multiple runs that I've already done where I found 20,000 souls just looting Firelink Shrine. Like, I loot Firelink Shrine and all of a sudden I get like 20 level ups. How many of those runs made it to Gargs? I mean, how is that relevant, though? God. Oh God. I mean, it's almost like rushing the bosses with an OP weapon lets you kill the boss. Go figure. But guess what? There's still 100 items that I need to pick up, and now I'm gonna have to run through the entire area again and potentially kill the enemies there again in order to be able to loot it. So it's like... I don't know, man. I feel like by rushing the boss, we're just potentially... Like, yes, we've killed a few bosses, but it doesn't matter because we still have to loot shit. Well, I can't... The thing is, I can't stick to one weapon. It's literally impossible. Because many of the bosses in the game are locked behind items that you need. I can't do Seath or Nito or any of that until I find the Lord Vessel and place it and remove the golden fog walls. I can't get to, like... I mean, I don't know the key items in this game super well, but there's a lot of key items that, you know, block your passage to bosses that you would need to fight. So you can't just beat every boss in the game with one weapon and then loot everything afterwards. It's not even an option. Oh, we're a bit lighter now. What happens if I find the ring for 4 kings and it gets replaced? I mean, if I'm doing 4 kings, I'm just gonna equip the ring and then switch it back after the fight, because otherwise you just can't finish the run, which would be kind of stupid. I want to get some stats so at least I can use most of the weapons I can find. I feel like the start of this run is easily the hardest part, because once you get high enough level, most of the weapons you find are going to be usable. You're not going to be, like, you're going to have a lot of health. So the start of this run is easily the hardest part. It's just getting through the early game. This is gonna be so bad. God, and a dark wraith. The ghost can't fall, no. Oh. You can make these enemies fall. Well, not the ghost, but... Okay. Gosh. Come on, give me a weapon. This fucking ghost is still here. Robe of the Great Lord. Oh god. I didn't see that guy. He fucking threw a rock at me. Wait. Oh, it's that dude. What is what? Okay. I think I have to do the enemy rando first and then the item rando. Dude, this one seed just keeps reappearing. What is what is fucking going on? And there's another Quelaag Fury Sword on the Hunter. I mean, if we want to... I don't know, man. This is so brutal, because it's like... I just don't know. Like, I don't know if I rush the bosses and then... Maybe let's go straight down to frickin' Blight Town and kill Quelaag and like see whatever Ceaseless is. Let's try something different. Well, Quelaag is immune to fire damage, but Quelaag probably won't be there.
written.
Ah. I don't even have enough fucking shots to kill this guy. Maybe I do. Dude, I can't believe I threw the... I didn't realize that I had a composite bow. I don't know why I picked up that item. I should have known. Yeah, we don't have enough.
Toilet bitch.
I would have if I didn't waste them on the other dude. That's true. You melee with the bow? I don't think so. I think that's only in Dark Souls 2. Get in there. Woohoo! Well, looks like we're looting. Probably should have just reset this run, but you know, whatever. I'm try to make it work. You never know. I guess just going to kill Quelaag and Ceaseless right away is probably not a bad idea when you have a good weapon.
That's good. Very well. Now.
Press an X. It's actually a decent weapon, right? It has 2 elements.
Come again.
Is 13 enough to two-hand it? Oh wait, it has faith. Oh fuck. Shit. Oh, soul. That's good. Another soul? Oh no. Okay, this is good. We got 2 souls. Alright, let's pop these souls. Maybe we can actually get... How much are these ones worth? Are they the 5k? We should be able to get the stats to use this thing. Let's get 16 faith. Thought maybe I could sprint a bit faster, but it's still ass. And the bosses be 2. I don't know. I should probably... I guess I should put like a PB on the screen as well as like the current boss count. I mean, we can go down... I'm thinking we just go down Blight Town. And let's go see if we can kill whatever Quelaag is. I mean, this weapon's decent. I guess. Ugh. Yeah, the the weaponsmith box is actually like a really important item. Especially because when you have the Lord Vessel, you're not going to be able to go back to Parish to upgrade weapons. Or like until you get the Lord Vessel, rather. Well, hopefully it's not a DLC boss, I guess. Centipede, maybe? Forest demon? I can't fucking tell. Oh, this is easy, and we're gonna get a lot of souls from it. This is good. We do have a homeward bone now, which is good. Oops.
I knew it. I knew it. You will not get away. No.
Did not. Oh god. I wanted to kick him. Dude, these worms are gonna kill me like instantly. They're really dangerous. I'm not even kidding. He's a traitor? Yeah, he can sell stuff, so I definitely shouldn't have killed him. I meant to kick him out of the way, but that was a really fucking bad idea. Oh, God. I think these guys are passive, at least. The state of play is in 3 hours. Why not level first so you can dark sign out? Because if I rest at the bonfire, then I can't dark sign out anymore. Because then my bonfire is here. I'm hoping that whatever boss is here is just easy. Okay. I'm just gonna leave. Won't it fall down? I don't know. Maybe I could have made him fall off. I'm not sure if there's ledge protection. But even so, regardless, I don't know. With the fat roll, he could kill me so easily. I don't know if I want to do that right now. Yeah, maybe I should have tried to make him jump off. I don't know. I mean, we could try to go to Sif. It's really far away, though. I have to go through Valley of Drakes and then up the Hydra ladder. Alameda always gives 60k souls. Oh, really? Maybe we should go... I don't know, maybe we should try to kill Calamite. I don't really want to run back, though. Why the heavy armor? Because I'm not allowed to take it off. God, and even if we kill Sif, we're gonna have to... I don't know. I guess we should go check what Andre has.
Toilet bitch.
Slow and steady. Oh, it's the rat. Big rat. Alright, Andre, you got anything good? Soul of a hero? Soul of a brave warrior? Some alluring skulls? I actually don't know what type of enemies this works on, but that's probably good. Bro. What the fuck, these enemies? It's fucking raining. Sorry, give me 1 sec. Can you get hit while you're resting? Hold on, I'm gonna quit out. I'm scared that enemy. I gotta be right back. 1 sec. I'm afraid that enemy is gonna come up and fucking kill me.
Very good. Very good indeed.
Okay. Went to go get some water. Alright. I guess we'll go try to do Gargs. I mean, we have a decent amount of health. We have a good weapon. We gotta kill this guy. He's gonna attack us from behind and destroy us. Yeah, I don't know why there's so many vagrants. It's weird. I mean, I guess there's 2 different types of vagrants, so maybe that's why. Oh god. Oh god. Dude. Who just fucking hit me? Bro, what is going on? What is fucking going on, dude? What is hitting me? Is there a ghost in the fucking floor? Oh my god, dude. I just want to go see. Yeah, I mean, I know. I thought I was far enough away that it couldn't hit me. It must have been a ghost, I guess, in the ground. Yeah, I know, guys, I know I locked onto it. I know. It must have been a ghost that aggroed from... It's just, why would he be there, though? Like, the positioning doesn't make any sense. Why would he be in the staircase? I don't know. I don't know what just happened. Because if it was a ghost, they wouldn't be, like, they can go through the walls, so why would the ghost be in the stairs there? It just doesn't, I don't see any situation where the ghosts would end up in that spot. Yeah, but the enemy was like in the stairs or something. Because when I locked on, I swear the lock-on icon was like inside the staircase. So I thought that maybe there was an enemy stuck in the stairs, which maybe there was, and he was invisible, and it was like a big enemy, and dude, I don't know. I don't know what just happened. That's absurd. Dude, you get Quaylag's Fury Sword so often. There's also a bow on this guy, though, we need to remember. Okay, I mean, we could... If it was a hollow, though, how was he hitting me there? Yeah, maybe... I mean, maybe he wasn't actually inside the staircase. He was just, like, on the stairs. I don't know. That was really scuffed. Oh. Yeah, but a hollow doesn't have enough range to hit me. If a hollow was presumably stuck inside the stairwell, there's no way that he would have... You know what we could do, chat? If... It's Giga Brain Strats right here, chat. If you get... Hold on, let me kill this guy. If you get a good weapon... If you have a good weapon that you start with as the thief... You could start as thief, choose black firebombs, and skip the weapon, so you could loot and then come back after to pick up the OP weapon. Boom. Because then you kill the first boss with the black firebombs, but I mean it's very situational. Does it stay? I think the starting loot stays. I actually don't know.
Regrettably.
I mean, you could also do that if you don't want to start with the master key, but I feel like the master key is kind of important. Yeah, I didn't pick up the item because it's going to replace my sword. It was in the box in Firelink Shrine behind the Framed. Oh, yeah? Killed the boss with the broken sword. Yeah, that's not very fun, though. It doesn't do, like, any damage. Man, equip load in DS1 is so ass, dude. I mean, I can check Rickard's inventory. I don't have any souls, though.
What's that?
RE9 demo in 2.5 hours, chat. Capcom said there's no demo. Did they? I don't know. I don't know if I believe you. What will happen in 2.5 hours? The state of play. What is that? Is that Gwendolyn? Right. Priscilla? Wait, is she actually fucking invisible? Oh no. She's gonna one-shot me though. If she hits me. Oh, fuck. Oh, where is she? Oh. We're never gonna fucking finish this. Ella did well. Ella was also playing a different rando. I mean, I don't know if this rando is necessarily harder than the other one or not, but the other rando has a lot of like broken AI in it, from what I've seen. Play the same one as Ella. The problem is the one Ella played, you have to disable Artorias, and half the enemies in the game just, their AI just completely breaks. So it's just kind of scuffed. I mean, I don't know which rando is necessarily harder. Oh, is that the Dark Silver Tracer? I think that's good. Oh, Blacksmith Giant Hammer on the Hunter, and it looks pretty lightweight. Wait, like Fury Sword and Blacksmith Giant Hammer, bruh. Holy shit. Doesn't actually remove it from the pool. Starting weapons don't count as items from the pool. So what's up, Bubbles? How's the key item randomization? Fucked up. Okay, that humanity shouldn't do that much damage because it's scaled down. Okay, so we could either I don't know what we should do here. We could either loot stuff. We could loot stuff and then come back and get the Blacksmith Giant Hammer once we get some stuff, or we could just brush straight to the boss. I like how these pants have you get one shoe. The Hollow Warrior waistcloth. How long until state of play? 2.5 hours. The thing is, Chad, if we get a DLC boss or like a super difficult boss, we're probably just gonna die. Like, I'm level 7. This weapon is good, but it's not really that good. Not enough to kill a DLC boss anyways. So, probably die either way. Well, that's not true. Oh god. I forgot to check. Yeah, the chain prisoners are really dangerous. Bro, what? The fuck? I didn't know this could happen. How do I even get in? I'm going for it. All right. Maybe I should have just went for it right off the bat. Oh my god. You need to roll through the branches. Can I not attack them? Because you can normally attack them. I mean, I don't know. Do the branches even function properly in the rando? I mean, I know how to fucking kill Bed of Chaos normally. But I swung at the branch and it didn't do anything. Like the hitbox was broken or something. You gotta roll. Yeah, I know. You already said that. But then you also said that I can attack it, which is clearly not true, because I attacked it and nothing happened. I don't know, whatever. I'll just roll into it from now on. It's good to know. Disappeared? Did it? I honestly wasn't really focused on it. I hit it, nothing happened, and then I was confused what to do next. Listen, I'm not used to fighting Bed of Chaos outside of Bed of Chaos Arena. Bro, not again. Yeah, that's probably true, Fresh Rage. Probably should have gone back and tried to fight. It's fine, you know, it doesn't matter. It's just Bed of Chaos anyways. He has like 2 health. No problem. Now you know the strap. Well, not really.
But you know. Oh, that's good. Very well.
What do you got?
Now.
$1 million for the barbed straight sword.
Come again.
Okay, dude. War pick. I think we killed 3 bosses, Regal. This is my PB. Think. Or is it still 2? I thought I killed 3 one of the runs. I don't fucking know. Okay. All right. Killed by Regal again. No. I don't know. I didn't think he would hit me there in time. That might have been I think that was the Taurus in the Demon Ruins. Should we do the strat chat? Wait, this is the silver. Wait, what weapon is this? It's a good. This is a good weapon, right? Shit. Oh. Yeah, I had an idea, Regal. If the thief starts with a good weapon, you could leave the weapon on the ground, start with the black fire bombs, kill the boss, loot a bit, and then you could go back and pick up the good weapon. I guess it's probably not worth doing in this case, though. I mean, I don't know. Is the jagged ghost blade good enough for that to be worth it? Isn't dropping? I'm not dropping anything. Yeah, I don't know. The fizz damage is... See, 155. I mean, yeah, it's okay, I guess. What is the other thing? Oh, well, right. I forgot I had 2 melee weapons. Whatever. For some reason, I was thinking it was a shield, but the shield is on the left side. Or the shield, sorry, the shield would be the first item I pick up. And it's also left-handed, which is why I wanted to pick it up. It's the dragon butt. Holy shit, that is quite the slam. Oops. Isn't Taurus Demon jump attackable? He is, but the problem is he gets his AI like bugs out when you're up there. I guess if I don't know how he hit me there. I guess if you save and quit, it would be fine. Probably plunge attack him then. Or if you rest at the bonfire. Yeah, but if you quit out Regal, then I don't think they would path to the other side of the door, right? It's just because they're like aggroed to you. Or maybe they always do, I don't know. There's so many like giga shit weapons in this game, or rather it's just your base weapons in this game are so bad until you get you know, maybe I should level up here. But yeah, I mean, it's just if you don't upgrade the weapons, they're just so trash.
No.
Oh. Ooh.
Come again.
Shouldn't have leveled up. That's okay. We'll probably find a soul. Nice. All right, well, let's buy these souls. We're gonna be pretty rich. We're gonna have like 40k souls right off the bat, which is pretty good.
Come again.
What's up, Mitch? Thanks, man. Okay. I don't know what to level up. I never do. Like we need strength so we can use weapons. We need health. We need endurance so we don't end up fat as fuck. Endurance is really good. Especially because running so slow is just terrible. It takes so much longer to just get through areas. I feel like I'm in fucking Groundhog's Day playing this mod. Oh. Alright, well, it was a good run. Save me item, please. Crest of Artorias? Alright guys, well... I mean, there's some items we can pick up in the valley. Hopefully it saves us. And this is why you level up endurance. There's a mail breaker and a robe. I don't have enough souls! This is horrible. Please. Ah. Oh. I'm gonna fall asleep here. Well. 2 more hours until State of Play chat. What a nice valley we have. Look at that. Look at that architecture. That's a rock? No, I'm talking about the bridge, man. Dude, this rat is gonna fucking end my life. Let it. Don't mind me, Mr. Rat. Oh, okay, well. There we go. A rare ring revival. Oh.
Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring.
Oops. I think the Crystal Straight Sword's actually pretty decent. I remember at one point there was like some route that I ran where you used the Crystal Straight Sword to kill Gaping Dragon with like gold pine resin. Oh, right, I forgot. I shouldn't have... Well, I mean, a shield can be useful. This is a good shield too, I guess, but I'm gonna be kind of heavy, I think. Maybe I shouldn't have picked it up. Yeah, it has decent damage. Hey, Forest Arrow. What's up, man? Here, big man. Don't pick up any items, just rush bosses. I've tried that, man. I mean, I can go try to kill a boss. I can go try to kill Quelaag. It's just... I don't know, man. I don't know. Rushing the bosses is... I mean, it can work. Yeah, the merchants are really good. They can give you a lot of souls. I mean, the thing is, like, I can run down here and try to kill Quelaag, but if it's a DLC boss or if it's Priscilla again, I'm probably just gonna fucking die. Like, I can't... This Crystal Straight Sword is not good enough to kill those bosses. So... I have Dark Sign for that? Yeah, but it's... I mean, it's a lot of work. Like, it takes time to go down here, and... I don't know. Whatever. Just keep trying different stuff. Ella killed Manus here multiple times with starter weapons. That sounds unlikely to me. I mean, if you had a good starting weapon, maybe. The thing is, DLC bosses just have so much damage resist. Like, even if you have the Blacksmith Giant Hammer, you're still gonna hit him for... I swear that shit's gonna do like 50 damage to Manus. And he's got like... Doesn't he have like 10,000 health or something? Fuck it, dude. I don't know. I'm just gonna loot some shit.
Very now. Come again.
Guy reminds me of Ayn Rand. That just reminds me of Ayn Rand. Yeah, because Ayn and I would always play Dark and Darker together, and he would play the cleric character, which has a bowl cut. The right of kindling and hidden body. Not that we're gonna be able to like hidden body, I guess, but yeah, it would be nice if there was an option to make it so weapons didn't have stat requirements. Because even if you don't have the stats to use the weapon, they still fucking, like, most of them are kind of ass anyways. Oh, the fatness is beginning. Oh, this is not good. Honestly, I think that you could probably make... You could probably make it so weapons didn't have stat requirements pretty easily. You would just need to drop the like, because I think all the weapon stat requirements and stuff like that is tied to a... It's tied to like a specific file that stores all of that info. So you could probably just drop that in to like the rando folder after it's done randomizing. Honestly, the rando probably doesn't even change the file that's associated with weapon requirements. I think you would need to use like Smithbox though for that. You sure you want to do that? I mean, I don't think removing weapon stat requirements would make... I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I don't think it would make that big of a difference. It would just... I mean, it would make it slightly easier, but most of the weapons kind of suck anyways. But like, if you don't have the stats to use a weapon, I mean, you can't even kill stuff. Like, you're gonna do 1 damage. Oh my... Oh god. Now I'm scared, chat. Oh no. I don't know what to do, I'm scared! The Lord Vessel's great, but we're still, like, barely into the run. Rather have the large ember, yeah. I mean, the Lord Vessel's great, but I'd need... I don't know, I'm still... It's still so easy for me to die. State of play is in 1 hour and 47 minutes. Aw, my hat. Come on, buddy. I mean, he's got a ring for 500. That's good. If we need to get rid of, It's good if... Oh, yeah, Right, we came down here. We need to get rid of the Dust Crown ring. It's like always such a fucked enemy here. We can, I mean, we can make him fall off at least, but... Jump away. Yeah, I guess we should just go to the bridge. I want to loot the item in the crevice here, but I'm scared. I think I have enough time. What the heck, Regal? Just want to see me crash and burn, don't you? I don't want to spend too many of my souls, because we do have... Actually, we have a soul of a brave warrior. Oh, it's just a slug. Do I have any, like, fire bombs? Weapons are just so bad without the stats. Like, they're actually just unusable in this game. Strength, 16 dex. It has 320 damage. It's a lot. Well, it takes this long to swing because I don't have the stats. It's okay. What the fuck is that? nice. Nice, nice. Mask of the Father, a maiden robe. That's good. Those infinite shards, probably. Yeah.
Lovely seeing you. Lovely seeing you.
Yeah, I mean, I can get +5, and I can also, like, teleport back to Andre. Well, we can use the sword now. Question is, where do we go? I don't know, because this is really good. I mean, we got the Lord Vessel. We could go try to kill Sif, or whatever Sif is. Sif does give 40k souls. I think I'm gonna go towards Sif, because I don't know. I'm scared of... Come on, do the stomp, man. Hey, I mean, 10,000, that's not bad. Are we gonna attempt Gargs? I don't know. I kind of want to go up the... I kind of want to go past... I want to go up the Hydra ladder and kill Sif. Well, whatever Sif is. You know what? Hold on. I want to kindle. Don't I have the right of kindling as well? I do. Well, yeah, I mean, we could TP to Firelink. That's true. All right, 20 Estus, baby. We're juiced. Could still get one shot. Yep. I feel like it's just so easy to die in this game. So many enemies do so much damage. That had more range than I expected. It could be DLC sorcerers. Oh, yeah, you're right. Dude, the DLC sorcerers are so fucking bullshit. God, the vagrants don't give any souls at all as well. It's fucking annoying. Wait, why am I going this way anyways? I don't have the crust. I don't really want to do butterfly, because even if I kill butterfly, I'm not going to get fucking anything for it. I do have crest? No, that was a different run. Oh my fucking god, bro. What the fuck? Still have crest on the screen? That's weird. Why is it set? Wait. Wait, do I have the crest? I don't see it in my key items. The tracker bugged out. I don't understand. God, how do you even avoid those attacks from the vagrants? I mean, I guess I should just roll through it. God. I'm scared about the situation. You saw nothing. And there's a long ladder. I mean, I don't think FromSoft is going to show anything at State of Play because State of Play is... Well, State of Play isn't exclusively for PlayStation titles, but considering Dustbloods is like a Nintendo Switch exclusive, I don't think that... So many fucking NPCs here, man. Seems chill. Come on. Don't be something shitty. Oh, Stray Demon? Or Asylum Demon even? I don't know. Nice. Easy fucking clap. Am I gonna get pressed key? Ooh. Am I gonna get a homeward bone from this? Oh, you still get a homeward bone. Nice. Well. All right. Let's go back, I guess. $27 HP. Oh my god. 27 HP is nothing! Holy fuck, bro. Dude, I even have the spell stone plate ring. That's fucking crazy, dude. Dude, I have 27 health. Yeah, I mean, we can... We don't have to go this way yet. Dude, he's fucking shooting at me from there. What the hell? Ugh. My armor isn't even that bad, though. You have the Black Knight armor. Yeah, we got the Lord Vessel, which is insane. I'm really trying not to throw this run. Oh wait, I can aggro the guys from up there. Oh god. Okay, this is fine. Dude, what is this man's fucking range?
Go forth, touch the demon inside me.
I guess I'm going down. What does this weapon upgrade with? Scale. Okay, nice. What is a golden item? Does that mean it... Can golden items only be certain... Can this be a weapon? Hola! Is that Ornstein again, I think? I think so. Or no, yes. If I get hit by his grab attack, he can send me flying off the map. Which is not good. Yeah, there's only one boss. And take Oswald this time.
Look up. Thou art welcome.
Feel like I should be good to go. Not really. I mean, dude, I do not want to fight Calamite with... I really don't want to fight Calamite with mid-roll. I don't know, dude. DLC bosses with mid-rolls. Sounds kind of horrible. I mean, I might not have a choice, though. I mean, if we bought... I think if we bought a different chest piece, we might be able to go do cow meat, but even then, I don't know, dude. Cow meat with a plus... I mean, well, I guess this weapon does decent damage. I feel like the cow meat fight's still gonna be really fucking slow. Yeah, there's a maiden robe here. So we could get...
Go get yourself.
16.6, yeah, if we get just a little bit more endurance, we can actually mid-roll, or light roll. I need slight, just a little bit more. I think I need 2 more. Would Father's Mask actually work though? So how much does it weigh? Well, we have good rolls now. This is looking pretty good. Oh, I have no scales. I don't know if anybody sells any scales either. How much are the blossoms? I think they were 2,000 each. It's a little expensive. Buy some though, just to have. Yeah, we can go to the Undead Merchant. I'm just fucking terrified of that channeler shooting me on the way there. I don't think you can go there from here. Because Taurus, you can't go through Taurus's fog gate backwards, I don't think. Or maybe you can. Go down the shortcut drop to the bonfire from the bridge. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, I guess we could do that. I have to go through Parish. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Is it better to go through Parish or is it better to... yeah, because Parish can be... I don't know what I want to do, man. That channeler... dude, that channeler doing 70% of my health was terrifying, though. Can I get through that, though? Do I not need a key? The master key should open it. I actually don't know like what a lot of the keys in this game do. That sounds right. I trust you. I'm going there. Trusted chatter. Hey, Regal is a Dark Souls 1 speedrunner, alright. I trust him. Can this guy parry me? Is he gonna one-shot me if he parries me? I don't know if I should just run. Oh yeah, I guess he drops an item, so I might lose the sword anyways. What? The fuck? Holy shit. Should just spam backstabs. I always forget how good backstabs are in this game. All right. Just run for it, I guess. Alright. We could try to work our way back towards the Undead Merchant now. 4 bosses down. For gaming. Baby seat is real, yes sir. Seems chill so far. Bro, I thought that... Chat, you lied. I thought it couldn't be a weapon. It was gold. Oh my fucking god, dude. Fuck. Oh. Oh, Jesus. Oh, I'm scared. kind of want to just fucking bone out of here, dude. What do you mean, what am I doing? I don't know, dude. I don't know. I don't know what I'm fucking doing. Is there an item up there? Yeah, I know that I can get there from the Hellkite Drake Bridge. I know. I'm just impatient. But impatience is a terrible thing to have in the rando. I think he gives you something.
The way I can is please. We have to like to stand up, but
It's always the soapstone. Okay. Bro. Like, is this fucking for real, dude? Like, come on, the gargoyle jumps perfect. Oh my god, dude. The gargoyle jumps perfectly on top of me, blocks me, then jumps behind me, and creates a fucking wall, dude. Oh my god, man. Fuck. I should have, I don't know, I should have baited them out. I should have baited them out. I thought I could fucking make it to the fucking staircase, man. All right. Oh, that run was so good. Well. Oh, the thief with the fury sword. Maybe we go thief, fury sword, firebomb strat, skip the fire sword, and just loot. If you downgrade a weapon from your inventory, does it auto-equip it, Regal? Oh, okay. I was gonna say that would be kind of OP if you could do that. What's up, Kyle? Would this run still be hard without the auto-equip thing? I mean, the auto-equip is what makes it more challenging, for sure. I didn't make the gargoyles just one boss. That's just how it works in this randomizer. Oh my god! Oh. Okay, let's drop down before I waste all my fire bombs. Hey, we got one good throw. Oh. Went from Kobe to Shaq. Yeah. I should have used keyboard mouse, to be honest. That's okay. Back. Oh, goodbye, Sack.
But you know.
20 prism stones. Thanks, man.
Now.
Oh, that's good. Store is straight sword. It's a oak. I mean, it's not a good weapon. It's a weapon, I guess. Okay, 10,000 souls. That's good. Oh my god, the FAP ring? God, okay, maybe we should go... Maybe we should just go kill some bosses. We got FAP ring, we can go get the Quelaag Fury Sword. All right. Never mind. All right, man. Maybe I should not. I need to be more. I've died twice in that spot now. I need to be more careful. I don't know. I just dropped down there and I don't even like worry about it, but I should because I've died twice there now. Well, that was great. Demon Spear? Isn't this just a normal spear? Or is this the Demon Spear? The Knight? I haven't tried this weapon yet. Capra again.
Oh.
Oh, it has lightning? Yeah, that's pretty good. It's basically just like a lightning spear. Has a really good range too. The God Run died. Yeah, I got fucking outplayed by a gargoyle super hard. Honestly, I could have left... I should have left the Demon Spear here and just used the War Pick. Come to think of it, because... Well, whatever. We'll just try to check merchants.
Oh, that's good. Very well. Now let me only...
Wait, what? Blacksmith giant hammers in here too? Mask of the Father? Holy shit. Wait. Am I tripping, or did I not join the Covenant there? Or was I just completely spacing out? Oh, you start in this Covenant if you start as Knight. I didn't know that. I don't think I've started as Knight yet. I see.
Come again.
Fucking hell! Fuck!
What is my equip load at right now? 22.4. That's a lot. Hey, Parkeezy. I guess we can go down and try to kill Quaylag, whatever she is. State of play is in 45 minutes. Why not Asylum first? Honestly, maybe doing the jump and going back to Asylum and killing whatever stray demon is not a bad idea. Oh yeah, I forgot to check the shop. Because stray demon gives like 20,000 souls, right? I think. Yeah, there's a lot of enemies on the way. That's true.
Come back soon.
I don't know. I didn't find too much difficulty with the jump. You just need like a running start. Maybe I got lucky though, but it didn't seem that bad to me. Yeah, I mean doing it first, like in a speed run, sure. Yeah. If you were to do that in the speed run, that would be pretty ass. Is that jump faster in the, like, speedrunning if you hit it first try? Probably not, but I mean, you don't have to ride the elevator, I guess. I highly doubt it. I guess I just figured having to ride the elevator up takes a bit of time to get to the... Oh, okay. But yeah, you're probably right. I would imagine. Piss off everyone when it's faster. I mean, you would think if it was faster, people would like have... I don't know, I didn't even know about that skip until fairly recently. What is that? Oh, you think that's Sif? The mouth was weird. Yeah, I guess maybe it is Sif. If it's Sif, we could do it. Oh. God, he's so tanky still. I mean, it's not that hard to fight Sif. It's just gonna be a long fight. It's annoying, I'm like stuck on his face. Halfway there. Why is the frame rate so low? I don't know, is your internet messed up or something? Alright. Bit of a slow fight, but hey, we got him. Sif is pretty easy to fight. I mean, the bosses I'm most scared of is like DLC bosses, and honestly some of the enemies from the DLC, because I don't really know how to fight them that well. I don't know if I should have joined this. This might have been fucking... I might be throwing. I'm throwing. This Zweihander. The thing is that we do have a blacksmith giant hammer, but it would have been nice to we potentially could have killed Ceaseless. We should probably just homeward bone back now. Yeah, I mean, we could potentially make Ceaseless fall down. I guess we can go see what it is. Shop? Wait, is there a shop at the Covenant there? The Daughter of Chaos? I didn't even know there was a shop there. Oh, do you mean Angie? Yeah, I don't have Egghead. Or maybe they mean Quaylana. I can light the bonfire. I mean, it doesn't matter if I light... Or actually, wait. If I light the bonfire, does it then become a warpable bonfire? Even if I don't rest at it? You have to rest? Okay. Honestly, I think I could get this guy to fall off. I'm a little scared, but... Just because I'm kind of fat. I have no words, man. I don't know. I mean... I don't know. The problem is, if... Like, I need to dodge the lightning, but if I have mid-roll, then I can't continuously dodge the lightning. I just get hit. If I delayed my roll a tiny bit there, though, we would have killed him. So... Yeah, it's just, like, I have to roll the lightning, because if he does the big ball lightning... If he does the big ball lightning, then I'm fucked. But then, because I'm mid-rolling, I just get comboed. Oh, oops, I forgot to close out of the game. The thing is, leveling endurance, like, the fact that you need below 25% equip load in this game means you need so much endurance to potentially mid-roll. Like, 25% threshold is so brutal. I mean, in Dark Souls 3, they made it 70%. It's just so easy to become fat in this rando. It's like absurd. Yeah, I like the bandit for the starting stats. It's good. Normally I go like bandit or warrior because they have the best starting stats. Sometimes I go thief though as well. Yeah, I don't know why there's so many vagrants in this rando. It's very strange. Hey, at least we're learning. We're learning as we go. I haven't really done that much DS1 rando before, so. I don't know what this other item even is. I thought... Wait a sec, is this the dark... I think that's the dark hand. Because I don't know, I didn't have anything in my left hand. It was like empty. It looked like a fist weapon. So it might actually be the dark hand. Or maybe it's the Cestus. It's just if you get the dark hand, I don't think it actually shows up in the menu. It's just like your weapon is... It looks like you're using bare fist. Oh, this guy is tanky for having scaling on. Oh my god. This guy's can jump so far. RNG. I don't know. Do we try to kill stuff with the Ghost Blade? Do we wait? I really don't know in this situation. Whatever, dude. Map made so many bosses actually work. Yeah. The other enemy rando has some things that are like nice as options, but it's also really buggy. Like so many bosses and like enemy AI just gets bugged.
Now.
Why is this menu... Bro, what the fuck? Why did that menu stay open for so long? Empty? Ooh, a Firekeeper soul. Alright, let's be careful this time. Not gonna get myself instantly killed. This is actually... Okay, that was maybe still kind of dangerous, but we're alright. Dude, why is running over the walls? There we go. It's so janky. Who is here? Fuck off, man. Oh my god. Dude, God, it's so terrible using a weapon without the stat. I can't even level up anymore. Fucking stupid hollow. The randomizer easier when everything is balanced down. If you're talking about scaling, yeah, I mean, scaling makes the randomizer a lot easier at the start, but then later in the game, you're more likely to die because normal, like a hollow will do 3 times the amount of damage than it normally does. He's still fucking here. You cannot... Bruh. Fucking get over here, man. And now he's backing up. It's time to die, buddy. Well, we can use the halberd. Not that it really matters. I probably should have got more offensive stats, because, I don't know, I feel like the most important thing in the rando is being able to actually use the weapons you find. But at the same time, it's also important not to die. And if you don't have health, you die very fast. But even when you do have health, you also die really fast, so... Man, this helmet is gross. Last cannon strat is viable? Not really. Ooh. Do we save that? Maybe save that until we find a better weapon, or... I don't know. I mean, it will increase our survivability, but it's probably going to get replaced as well. Oh, I don't know. Well, maybe it's good we didn't buy it because we just already found the ring.
You, Prince Monk. I like.
Man, dude, this enemy up here is always like, I swear it's always a fucking gargoyle or sanctuary guardian. There's some sort of like bias at play with this fucking enemy. Get so many lightning spears in the valley. It's weird. Ooh! That's a nice tail. He was hiding 20k up his butt. Do I have a chunk? I mean, a lightning spear is basically equivalent to like a +10, isn't it? Because I think you need +10 to make a weapon lightning. If I remember correctly. Yeah, maybe we hold on to this. Try to kill some bosses now. Can you still frame perfect dupe souls? I've been trying to do it, but it's really hard on 60 FPS because it's like frame perfect. Alright. Wait, what is my equip load like? Probably pretty high. 18.5. What would I need? 74 then? Yeah, that's quite a lot. If I remember right, you don't even get scaling with lightning weapons, yeah. I see, Regal. I mean, we can get a lot of HP, I guess, since our weapon doesn't scale with anything. God, I want to kill this guy, but I'm not going to. Let's try to get some bosses killed, I guess. This is not a bad start. Not counting Asylum, I forgot to increase the... Only 15 minutes till state of play. I hope they drop an RE9 demo. That'd be so sick. I don't know if I should kill this guy. Actually, I mean, I don't know. He's super tanky anyways. Probably not. Alright, Andre, what do you got for me? Ring of Sacrifice. Witch's gloves are lightweight. Black leather boots are fairly lightweight, I guess.
Don't get you.
More HP. Hey, Jeff really likes high guard, alright? Leave Jeff alone. Crazy that it staggers in 2 hits. Oh. Can you backstab these guys? Don't think so. Oh God. Looking kind of dangerous. Oh my fucking God. Ugh. weapon doesn't seem that great. It's just because DLC enemies have insane defense values. Slow and steady. I only have... oh. Bro, was that guy always there? Where the fuck did the... where did the... was this dragon butt always there? I don't even what the fuck is going on, man? I didn't even notice him the first time I ran in. Yeah, we're just gonna switch over to the state of play. It's in like 10 minutes anyways. Not gonna start another run yet. Okay. Man, you get so... I will say, I feel like if weapon stat requirements were removed, you would get so many potential... well, I guess the item... I guess it wouldn't be as that simple because the item randomizer would have to change it as well, but... you could have so many different potential starting weapons. I feel like you just always see the same weapons as like starting weapons, but I mean, I guess it's not that big of a deal. You get your weapon replaced pretty quickly anyways. This DS1 rando has been a lot of fun though, so far. I mean, it's really tough. But I would rather it be too difficult than too easy. Just like the speedrunner in me just wants to run past everything though. But it's so dangerous. So many of the enemies, like you can just get stuck on enemies, like pinned in a corner so easily. I mean, that's what happened on the bridge in that, like, we actually had a good run going. We had the Lord Vessel. Like, we were in fucking good shape. Surprised I'm not playing Sons of Sparta. I mean, the game looks cool. But, I'm not gonna start another game right now. I'm playing Reanimal tomorrow. Which game am I most excited for? I mean, Resident Evil 9 is like, I'm very excited for Resident Evil 9. Just to play casually, and then also, like, hopefully Resident Evil 9 is a fun speedrun with, you know, challenging boss fights, or like a good challenging difficulty. It's kind of my hope. No, there's no RE9 demo. Yeah, hopefully the intro to RE9 isn't like super shitty. Sorry, one sec. Relearning the God of War 1 speedrun when the remake comes out. I mean, the remake of God of War 1 is going to be completely different speedrun-wise than the OG. But yeah, maybe. I'm actually excited for the God of War remakes. I mean, hopefully they keep the gameplay the same and it's just like, it just looks fucking beautiful. Like the OG gameplay and skill system with like really good graphics. Oh. And with, you know, like hopefully they don't censor the game and like tone it down is kind of one of my worries. New God of War games have plenty of gore. Yeah, I mean, it's just not like I don't know. Maybe you haven't played the originals, but I mean, Kratos, and I think the new game is, you know, they didn't necessarily censor the game. It's just they made Kratos more mature, right? He's not like an absolute fucking rage machine in the original games.
Very well. Now. Come again.
I think the God of War... What was that? I was like stuck on something. They won't be including those cringe sex scenes. Probably not. You're probably not gonna fuck. I like how at the start of God of War 1, the first thing you do in the speedrun is just have sex. It's so stupid. This is the same seed as last run? Oh, fuck you. I think you're right, isn't it? Bro, I forgot, man. I don't remember the fuck. I think you're right, because this chest was fucking empty. Dude, what is wrong with this? Why? No, it hasn't been 20 times. Shut the fuck up. Dude, wait. Is it, though? Well, not the enemies. The enemies were definitely different because it was Centipede Demon. Dude, what is wrong with this item, Rando? I swear, man. Oh, maybe there's too many seeds again, because we were at... Yeah, I think so.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
I don't know if I'm gonna watch the Silent Hill transmission. I mean, it's probably just gonna be more info about the Townfall game, which the game looks cool. I mean, I'm interested in it already, so that's really all I need to know. RE9 demo getting dropped during the during the Konami transmission.
Holy shit, this is so
Surely Riot. Why does this rando have I don't understand why there's so many vagrants. Like, is something messed up with the code for this? Because the vagrants actually just spawn way too often. I mean, I don't know how many different enemy types there are in this game, but it just does not seem correct. Oh yeah.
No,
I forgot to turn the timer on. Maybe they drop a lot of souls. $800. Oh wait, I could have actually plunged him, bro. Oh no. Put me through your ass. Plunge Stray Demon? I'm pretty sure you can. Because you can plunge Fire Sage Demon even though there is no conceivable situation in which you could normally plunge attack him, you can. So I assume Stray Demon works the same way. But maybe you can't. I don't actually know. I just assumed because you could plunge Fire Sage that it would be the same for Stray Demon. I actually don't know though. Maybe Regal would know. I don't know if he's here anymore. Why is my what? My what taking up half the screen? Oh.
Very well. Now. Ah, yes, my Hutter's. Oh,
This is actually a really good weapon. The catch pole is really good. And it's 16 strength, 14 dex. That is not bad. There's also a dress here and some gauntlets that are pretty lightweight. Okay, that's good. Life Hunt Scythe. Oh, this is a boss weapon, right? I could actually... Ooh. We could uninfuse this and get a +10 scythe as well. This is... not bad. I don't know if I should... I kind of want to... I don't know if I should loot these. I might lose the weapon. Oh, well, no, it's not going to bleed me, though, if I turn it into a +10. It's illegal? Why would that be illegal? I kind of want to loot some more items, but we should probably not. I don't know, I'm scared. Cast light. Well, yeah. Yeah. I shouldn't have looted. I felt the gamba in me, you know? I couldn't help it. What are the stat requirements for the Titanite catch pool? It is... oh, 14 dex. I mean, I probably could have gotten enough strength. I wouldn't have needed 16. That's only 2 more strength points. The Garg fight is just 1 boss. I think ONS is 2 bosses, though. Oh no. Ooh. That's good. That's really good. $20K. One large tit. Oh, a dark hand. Oh.
Come back soon. Step. What?
I mean, we either have the dark hand or the catch pole. Maybe we should wait, though.
Come back soon. Step.
Oh yeah, hold on. Let me check the... I mean, I can't even use the weapon anymore, but I'm just curious. So yeah, you can oh, wait. It turns into the Guardian Tail plus 10? Wait, what? Is that random what, like, it's based off of? I mean, I can't even equip it, but... Ooh! Hello. Yeah, does the Guardian Tail even go to plus 10 normally? Also, yeah, whatever enemy replaces this guy is definitely... Like, it is... I swear there's only like 5 different options for what replaces this enemy. It's weird. Damn, we're getting a lot of souls. But this has potential to be pretty good. Holy shit. I mean, 35,000 souls is pretty good. We can use the Titanite catch pole. What does the Titanite catch pole upgrade with, if anyone knows? Titanite? I mean, that would make sense. But I actually don't know. I mean, they're all Titanites, right? Well, not every upgrade material is Titanite, but there's Demon Titanite and then normal Titanite. And also Twinkling Titanite. Or no, those are Demon Scales. Or wait, is it Demon Titanite? I don't even know. I'm fucking confusing myself. Yes, there's Demon Titanite, Twinkling Titanite, normal Titanite, and then Dragon Scales. Hey, I have the stats to use this weapon now, at least. An easy enemy. I'm getting a bit lighter. You love the clanking sound of the armor. I'm not sure if you're being sarcastic or not, but that was redundant. We could actually change the sound effect for the clanking if we wanted to. To what? I don't know. Oh, come on. To what? Moaning? Yes. Yes, I want... Oh, God. Oh, actually, that's fine. Soul, good soul. Soul of Smo as well? Oh my god, Twinkly. Guess I'll get a little bit more endurance. I'm still so fat right now. And I aggroed everything anyways. And I try to like outrun attacks in this, but it just never fucking works. Give me that ass. Oh, what? Oh my god, they have iframes for so long. Okay, I'm not going that way. Oh, jeez. Can't even use this fucking 34 strength. Maybe we just bait them down and then we go up. That's surely the strat. We're definitely not gonna get fucking pinned in here and die. Please don't be some bullshit.
An awesome choice, stranger.
Yo, Salad, thank you for the 67 months. What is that? Oh god. Oh god. I need a better weapon. I need a better weapon. I mean, I could probably kill him, but I really didn't have that many heals. Hey, something just died. Plus 1200. Beautiful fashion, thank you. Oh, how did I end up this fat? Rip bozos. Skeleton. Bro, oh my god, how much range do you have? Yeah, I think if I don't know if I walk far enough away if they'll de-aggro. Oh, these enemies. Fucking vagrants are so ass. Oh my god. Dude, through the fucking wall? The worst part is these enemies are so dangerous and they give, like, literally nothing. We need to wait. I don't know if this guy is gonna follow us. He's stuck. Oh, no, wait. Okay, he can't get down. Got the favor armor, look at me. Oh no. Dude, I don't do fucking anything. Oh my god.
I like money.
Well, we're gonna be here a while, chap. I don't think I have anything I could throw now. Getting greedy. I want to loot that item though. Whatever. Slow and steady. It's the Lord vessel. It could be. You never know. Problem is, so many enemies have such high base defense that you just don't do like any damage to them. Because, like, my damage is 140 physical, right? But because the enemy, I don't actually know if it's a case, because they don't have like a weak spot, do they? Oh. Half of my health. Oh no. Oh, this is not good. I'm stuck. I'm fucking stuck. I should have just ran forward, dude. Fuck, man. Oh. I don't know. Maybe I just shouldn't have came this way. Or maybe I should have bought the Titanite catch pole. I'm not really sure what I should have done here. Maybe I should have gone to Quelaag, looted Blighttown. I don't know. I mean, Undeadburg has like 1 million enemies, so should have killed the boss on the roof. I mean, I probably wouldn't have killed him though. Like, I was gonna have to hit Ceaseless 150 times to kill him, or like 200 times. And I only had 3 Estus and 2 Humanity. If he hits me like 3 times, I'm out of healing.
Go forth.
This isn't the same seed, is it?
Inside me.
I don't think so. Need to pay more attention when I'm like choosing my character. Hey Cannibal, thank you for the 36 months. Is that a lightning spear? It's probably just a normal spear.
Go forth. Touch the demon inside me.
But maybe you can start with lightning spear? I don't know. If it was a lightning spear, I should have chose that. One boss playthrough simulator. Listen, I'm trying my best here, buddy. I don't know why that purple mob was in there. Or, he's not purple. I don't even know why I said purple. The blue mob.
Now I must bid farewell.
This is the stabby R2. Oh, I can mid-roll. Or light roll. I'm used to calling it mid-roll because of like Dark Souls 3. I mean, we could go try to fight a boss. This weapon isn't that good, though. Like, it's decent. Oh, well, okay. Fuck you, dude.
Very well.
Well, you do have mid-roll on DS1, but I'm just saying, whenever a lot of the time when I say mid-roll in this game, 10,000 for a Titanite shard. Ooh, a Black Knight sword. It's not a bad weapon. A ring as well. 20 strength, 18 dex. Maybe we should just loot and try to set up the Black Knight sword. What's up, Yui? The run's been pretty brutal. Auto-equip randomizer with no scaling is kind of brutal.
Toilet bitch.
Hey Dev, thank you for the 27 months. Have a good night, Kokuya. So this is like a custom version of Matt's randomizer that removes scaling. There's two different enemy randomizers for Dark Souls 1. One of them actually doesn't have scaling as an option, but it's kind of buggy, and some bosses and enemies, their AI will just like break. And then Matt's rando has forced scaling. You can't even turn it off normally. Ooh, the Grant. Oh, I'm not using this fucking thing. It's good, but the stats are way too high. Okay, I guess I'm not getting that item. I mean, the old one is so buggy, though, Salad. Like, genuinely, half of the enemies just don't even function. Oh, the very large ember. That's really good, too. Because I was doing the rando that, like, Ella did before. But I swear, like, half the enemies in the game, their AI just completely breaks. Oh, the weaponsmith box as well.
Come back
back soon. Step.
I mean, I wish that this randomizer had more options. Looks like the AI is broken now. No, that's just the default state of the enemies there. Yeah, the other randomizer you like constantly have to quit out to like fix the bosses and the enemies. And then the rando crashes sometimes as well. It's just, I don't know. It's way more scuffed. Oh, fuck me, dude. Can we lure him into falling? I think we can, but we have to constantly bait out jump attack. I don't know, this enemy is kind of terrifying. I want those items, but I don't want to die. Oh my fucking lingering hitbox. Oh. Dude. Fuck this enemy, bro. Oh my god, dude. He's not gonna fall off. Maybe here. Yeah, I think going this way was a mistake. This man. This guy's not gonna trap me and kill me, right? Oh no. There's so many vagrants. Well, the randomizer has an option to Gravelord areas every 10 minutes, or Gravelord every area permanently. There's not even an option for like, oh, what about if I don't want everything to be Gravelorded? Well, fuck you, I guess. I think the grave lording option is why the vagrant, there's like vagrants constantly. Yeah, the rat will drop something, but I have a weapon that I can't use that takes 10 years to swing that does 1 damage. And I think this rando is pretty good. I just wish there were less vagrants as well. Because they're definitely way too common. And I think it's because of the Gravelord option thing, but you can't even turn it off, so... I just want to get an actual frickin' run going, man. We had 1 good run going today, at least. At least we made it, we got 4 bosses in, which isn't that far, but it's the best that I've done. Ooh, Titanite shards. Infinite Titanite. Does the Butcher's Knife upgrade with Titanite? 24 strength, though? Wait, didn't we get the very large ember on this run? We did. Which means if we find a source of large Titanites, then we can upgrade a weapon to +10. Which would be really good.
Don't get yourself...
And the Butcher's Knife is 135 damage. It's not bad. We just need 2 strength. I mean, that's nearly 200 damage. Do we have humanity? We have 1 humanity. Oh yeah, you're right. The very large embers for chunks. I don't really upgrade Titanite weapons that often. I forgot that's the case. Just got a weapon? Yeah. The thing is... Oh, those DLC guys are not fun. I mean, it's pretty easy to upgrade Titanite weapons. Like, I can just always go back to Andre and upgrade a different one. But, I mean, we could go down to Quelaag, I guess. Maybe try to go to Horus. I mean, if we can kill Quelaag and Ceaseless, that's 60,000 souls, which is quite useful for sure. Can you backstab this guy? I think we should just run. Ow. Shit, did I not rest at Firelink? Oh, we only have 5 Estus. That's not great. Rip that guy. Oh, jeez. And dude, I don't know if I'm gonna even have enough healing for this, genuinely. Oh, God. Pre-upgraded weapons would make it too easy. I mean, you can already find pre-upgraded weapons. What's it gonna be? Oh, we got lucky. I don't really want to take that fall damage, actually. Alright, we got 3 heals. If this is a super shitty fight, we're just gonna bone out of here. But maybe it's like... I'm not sure what bosses I would want right here. I mean, gargoyles would be fine. Capra, I guess. Didn't we already fight Capra at the start, though? Asylum Demon, yeah. Sif? I mean... that might be okay? He might jump off the ledge. What the hell was that? Wait. Bro, why am I I'm fucking bouncing off of him, bro. Dude, what the fuck? Dude, that is so fucking bullshit. I can't... and then he jumps on. Whatever. Fuck you, dude. Oh my god. I guess I need to roll backwards. I don't know. Because I have barbed armor on, the Gauntlet of Thorns, my character bounces off of Sif. I didn't even know that was a thing. That's so fucking stupid. Why do I bounce off of him? What the fuck is that? I don't have the strength stat for my weapon? I do, though. Oh, to one-hand my weapon? That's a that makes no sense, but I guess that's how it works. God, that's such a stupid bug. I didn't know that was a thing. Oh my god. Alright. Okay, dude. Yeah, outplayed. I mean, I should have probably boned out, but I don't know. I was greedy, man. We could have gotten 40,000 souls, dude. Yeah, I feel like we got kind of unlucky that he didn't jump away or jump off. He was so close to jumping off too, like multiple times. All right. Well, I'm gonna call it here, chat. I've been streaming for 9 hours. I'm gonna go get some dinner and go relax. It's anyways time. Yeah, I'm gonna go get some food. Am I looking forward to the RE9 demo? There's no RE9 demo. What are you talking about, dude? All right. Anyways, I'm gonna find somebody to raid. Honestly, it's fine though. Like, I want an RE9 demo, but the game comes out in 2 weeks anyways, so I'm not too worried about having to wait a little bit. Yeah, I don't know if they're doing early access for RE9. Hopefully I don't get cucked out of early access if they do. If they do it for RE9, but we'll see. I don't know if they are doing early access. But yeah, tomorrow, chat, we are going to do a little bit more DS1 rando to start the stream for like 2 or 3 hours. And then we're going to be playing Reanimal. We're starting, I have a sponsored stream for Reanimal. We're starting at noon, but I mean, I'm planning on like finishing the game. I've been pretty excited for Reanimal. It's the new game from Little Nightmares, the OG Little Nightmare devs.